Right. What's up, Perry? That over. Okay, close that. Remove that. Okay, just getting everything set up. All right. Load it in, load it in. All right, let's confirm that this is our next one. 72, negative 88, something like that. Chunk map. Yep, 72, negative 88. Perfect. All right. Let's not waste too much time here. Let's get everything we need. Let's do this. it a good map? Yeah, there's not really many Gorillaz songs mapped on Usu actually. Funnily enough, there is like a really old one, at least one. But yeah, not super popular in terms of Usu maps. I mean, honestly, a lot of English music that's popular doesn't get mapped on Usu, to be honest, so it doesn't really shock me. What's up, Bat? How you doing? Song went through something with the sponsorship, led to it being deleted. Oh. It's gonna have a productive day and then overslept, so oops. You know, today I wanted to do a long mining session, and then I woke up, I was like, wow. I literally have negative energy today. And it's not like I don't like, or it's not like I lack motivation for the mining. I'm just, work has been really exhausting all of my energy. It's actually cooked. At least I mustered up enough willpower to get myself live, even if it is pretty late in the day. If these first two chunks are really, like, slow, then I think I'll just leave it at 2, but if one of them ends up being, like, relatively fast, or I don't take a lot of downtime, maybe I can do 3 today. So, between 2 and 3 is what I'm aiming for today. I don't know how tomorrow will be, because I am going to be out of the house for the first half of my day, but I should be able to do like 3 or 4 tomorrow. I don't know, I think this weekend is just not going to be a super high progress one. Only so much you can do. This guy's gotta go. Oh, still one more. Nice. Mhm. Dang, is this song 150 BPM? I feel like it's starting to desync now. Maybe it's like 148 or 152. No idea what that means, but this is an English-only stream. I don't think I can say that, considering it's not in English. Why only in English? Because that's the language I'm speaking. I don't know, I presume Russian? I did not say that. I literally just don't speak Russian. So having the chat being in Russian would be not very helpful for me, because I wouldn't know what's going on. And almost everyone who watches the stream speaks only English. So it has nothing to do with the language itself. It could have been any other language aside from Russian, and the answer is the same. Like, I don't know French, I don't know Spanish. So, English only. Please and thank you. Yep, you too. Alright, maybe placing torches 6 blocks down was the method, actually. At least if I'm placing them that early, like right before it actually turns night. There's a little air pocket here. Can we speak variants of English such as Ghanaian Pigden English? Never heard of this. Pidgin. You know, I don't want to make assumptions, but I find it interesting anytime people come into the stream speaking not English, and I told them this is an English only stream, they almost seem offended. Again, I don't know if that person was specifically, but it's like I don't know what to tell you. Like my bad for English being the proficient language I can speak in. Mining. What's up, Pixel? How you doing? Just get Google Translate out. True. If anything, you should be the one offended while you're gonna try things speak. Scots. Oh boy. Doing okay, just turned 21. I did see you posted about that. Happy birthday. Good job on becoming another year closer to the asteroid hitting Earth. Welcome to Wikipedia. Honestly, I would freak out too if I saw that even sober. Celebrating 4 years of power tripping in an insignificant position or something. That's what we don't pay you for, Muffin. That's what we don't pay you for. Congratulations. Also, I hate to say this, but almost every time I've had someone come in my chat and blatantly break the rules about the stream being English only, it's literally always Eastern European languages. Like, without fail. I'm not sure why this keeps happening, but that's literally what's been happening every time in my stream particularly. Thank you, Pixel. Gotta get more language representation in our rule breaking. Russia is pretty big, right, but I wouldn't go into a Russian stream expecting the streamer to speak English. You know what I mean? It's like, even if we want to make the assumption English is the more spoken language in terms of, like, international means, I still wouldn't presume the streamer would speak in Russian or English and expect, like, me to, like, how do I say this? If a stream is in Russian only and the chat's in Russian only and I'm speaking English, like, that's obviously, like, dumb. I feel like vice versa should be the same way, you know? Like, I'm not going into Russian-only streams or Polish-only streams or whatever and just blatantly breaking the rule. I'm pretty sure, like, it's pretty evident this is an English-only stream, but maybe I should make it more clear. I don't know. Always feel guilty when going to a country or region who speaks a different language and you're able to speak that language. Yeah, like, if I actually physically went there, I definitely would feel weird not being able to speak the language. But it's another thing when it's just like an internet chat room, an internet stream or something. And that's when it's like, if you don't know the language, like there's so many other things to watch. I don't know what to tell you. Not that I want to gatekeep the stream because oh my god. Because I mainly speak only English. I couldn't find the word I was trying to look for. Jeez. Honestly, I barely even speak English. That's the worst part. Don't feel guilty about not speaking English in Canada. Hmm. That feels like something someone in Quebec would say. Alright, Pixel, you gotta just take that power nap and you'll gain superpowers, super consistency for your tournament. Quebec is that one place on a map that might be just as real as New Zealand. No one's really sure if it exists. French New Brunswick thing. Look, I'm not Canadian. I wouldn't know. My only experience with French Canada was Montreal. Because that's where my older sibling moved to. You will face the divine judgment if you cannot speak French in the French areas of New Brunswick. I see, I see. So, never go to New Brunswick, is what you're telling me. Because if there's a language I really don't respect and don't want to learn, it might be French. My experience with French Canada is with French in Quebec, yeah. Noodle Shredder lives in New Brunswick? Hmm. I wonder if this reflects on him at all or not. It reflects on the kind of people that live in New Brunswick? Perhaps. Noodle Shredder is, He's one of those people that just... No matter how you feel about him, Usu would be more of a dead game without him. I think that's what you can say about Noodle Shredder. Noodle Shredder breathes life into Osu that would not be there without him. Without Noodle Shredder, there'd be so many noodles running rampant in the game. True. Always having a no-fail hidden hard rock DT score makes the game feel more alive. True. If 2.0 speed existed back in the day, he would have 2.0 speeds. He would actually be a 2.0 shredder. Usu Creepypasta. The 1-3 mod score where Noodle Shredder is actually at the top of the leaderboard. Yeah. Noodle Shredder... If things were just a little different, he would actually be #1 player material. But he was nerfed by Peppy. His true ability was never allowed to exist. You know, speaking of Osu, I posted in the Discord, but I'm sure you guys saw, I got a new top play. Playing on laser and playing flow aim is literally just waiting to get a new top play. Like, it's actually top play simulator. It's actually unbelievably free. Like, it's actually hilarious how little effort it takes. You just need one run where you don't miss everything, and it's actually like super free. And it's actually so much easier on laser. I would say FCing maps is probably harder, but like actually getting low miscount is quite trivial on a lot of maps now. Because I'm not just chain missing anymore. The only times I chain miss on laser is when I'm like not paying attention, and I either go like way too early on a pattern and accidentally tap into future notes, or like I just actually miss aim like really badly. I do feel like I have to rewire how I aim though when I play on laser. Like I actually just aim differently. I have to focus so much more on stability when I play on laser, because otherwise I will chain miss just as hard. I don't know if I'm gonna actually bother keep trying to play harder maps. I'm not gonna lie, like, probably 15 minutes after I set that score, I honestly did not feel very much. Like, aside from the initial, like, oh, that's cool, I got a new top play in 2026. That's kind of strange. It was like, well, it wasn't an FC. And also, like, the map itself was quite underwhelming for the most part. It's mostly filler with like 3 hard patterns. Or I should say quote-unquote hard patterns. They're honestly for diff spike patterns they're quite easy. I mean that's modern flow aim farm though. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be modern flow aim farm. I literally just wanted to play 7-star Dematory maps. And then stumbled into literally one of the most free maps possible. It's actually awesome. Right place at the right time. I'm not gonna lie. There was a part of my brain that's like, I really want there to be one time where I gain performance points, and I'm like, you know what? Let's actually try for this. Let's go for it. And then every time I actually get performance points, my session literally ends right there. The last couple times I've gained any performance points at all while playing, I literally immediately stopped playing, including yesterday. I literally could not bring myself to play more maps after that. I'm like, this isn't what I want. Yeah, I mean honestly on laser, that's actually what I've been doing more. I actually just played a map today to like just push my tapping a little bit because it's been a while since I played anything above like 220 BPM. And I got a score on a map with 1.7 speed that's gonna be a #1 on the leaderboard once the new mod multipliers kick in, which is gonna be cool. Honestly, playing these like old maps with GT that are like 4.9 to 5.2 stars on DT, but then rate changing them to like mid 6 star for FCs is actually like this is something I've really wanted. Like it's actually so fun to do. Rate change is definitely one of the best things about Laser by far. Rate change plus the lenient no lock, it actually just makes it a fun experience in that regard. Now, if only I could fix my lag spike issues. There's some days where I play and I get almost no lag spikes, but then today I was lag spiking like every other map. I'm just like, I don't get it. On stable, I literally get a lag spike like once every 3 months. Like, it's genuinely an event when I lag spike on stable. Honestly, I feel like 10% of my time on Laser has literally just been spending my time in settings, trying to find ways to make my game stutter less. Someone needs to make, like, a guide for, like, actually the most optimal Laser settings for bad computers. Because there's just so many different options that could wildly change performance that I just don't want to spend the time trying to figure out. Like, I don't want to constantly restart my game just to figure out which renderer is the best. Especially because every time I try to open Laser, it takes a full minute because I have all of the ranked maps. Laser actually takes forever to open compared to Stable, which takes like 5 to 10 seconds with all the maps. Oh man, this is like semi-related, but I remember looking at OSA Game Reddit, which first of all, I really need to stop doing that. That's actually the worst thing I could be doing with my time. But I looked at a post that was talking about I want to say it was probably to do with the score submission incident with like Magic Animals, Shadow Dark, and all that. It's someone brought up Stable being run on spaghetti code, and Peppy, like, actually crashed out. He's like, and there it is. Like, he actually he was so upset that people are still calling Stable spaghetti code. It's like, buddy, just let it go. Like, most people don't even mean it like that. Like in necessarily a terrible way. It's just like it's a less optimal coded game than other games. Yeah, also, like, I didn't want to be the person to say it, but Laser does still feel spaghetti coated. I mean, okay, here, you want an example? I thought I was going insane when I was playing Laser during score camp. I was like, my offset feels extremely wrong. And then I would go to change the offset and everything would sound correct. And I was like, why? And lo and behold, an update came out like a couple days ago that was like, hey, by the way, if you're on the Tachyon release, Oops, offset was just wrong, not being updated correctly. How? How does that happen? It's just offset is just wrong. How do you do that? I thought I was going insane. I'm like, I literally have never needed offset to play Osu. And it's like, oh yeah, because we broke it. Code rot. I don't know, like, look, if you're saying stable is feature locked and you're not gonna code anything for anymore, why should you care if people think it's spaghetti coded? It just feels weird to be that defensive. Yeah. I mean, honestly, even with the latest update, I still feel like laser just needs some kind of offset compared to stable. And on stable, I literally never needed offset. Like, as someone who would be able to routinely get 60 UR plays on stable, I literally can't on laser. Something about that client is just wrong. Yeah, I get you, I get you. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that rate change and the lenient no-lock existed, I literally would have no reason to play on laser right now. Even with the score multipliers, I still not sure I would be convinced to actually play laser. So look at all this stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I just think it's not that serious to get upset over people thinking that your old version of your game is coded worse than your newer one. Like, at least you're not having people honestly call laser spaghetti code, at least in the same way people call stable spaghetti code. I mean, we can start saying that if you'd like. If you're gonna get that defensive, maybe we should. Like, I'm sure it doesn't feel good, but at the same time, you've been working in laser for so long, you would think you wouldn't care that much about it anymore. Especially if you don't care about stable at all. Like, you're not gonna update it any further, then why still get upset about it this hard? Whatever. Honestly, the only reason I even have motivation to keep playing Usu is because of the score multiplier change. Only just because I really want to do the getting rid of as many of my hidden scores as possible sessions. That's actually going to be so fun. It's going to be cathartic. Being able to overwrite all of my hidden scores. I mean, honestly, I could even overwrite a lot of them right now, but I want to wait for the score multipliers to actually be official. Just so I can really start destroying them. though. I'm trying to keep my Osu skills sharp enough to be able to do that. But beyond that, I'm not really sure if there's anything else for me to do on Osu at this point. That's the only goal I'm actually looking forward to at this point. I thought maybe after score camp I was like, you know, score farming actually sounds fun. And then I tried score farming like 2025, 2026 maps and I'm like, dude, this sucks. I don't want to play these. So I think if I was to continue with Osu, I'd probably just score fix on older maps, continue working on that. I think that's the most likely thing I could look forward to. That and maybe keep pushing a little bit of skill cap on occasion. It's fun to try that every once in a while. But PP farming specifically, nah. And then score farming, modern maps, nah, not really for me either. Yeah, score fixing is honestly so fun. And to me, replacing all of my hidden scores with gold scores is score fixing. So I'm excited for that. I still don't know if it's really possible for me to overwrite all of my silver scores, especially my flashlight scores. But there's a vast, vast majority I can easily overwrite. Because I think most of my, like, 3 mod scores are in, like, easies and normals. And they're on short maps, too, so I can wipe them out really quickly. I can actually just blaze through them. Although, it might take longer if I actually want to keep my SS on them. But if I don't even care about SSing, then honestly I could actually rip through them. Hey, drink water. Feels a little better. That is the most inefficient way to mine gravel possible. Now I know. Trying to mine it from the under is not efficient. Oh, air pocket? Oh, right. This is the chunk that is obsidian. Oh, no. Alright. if this ends up being a really long chunk, I'm probably gonna only be able to do 2 chunks today instead of 3. I don't want to stay up too late today. Alright. I kind of want to just deal with the obsidian now, but I should just mine down there first. I think that'll be more motivating. Hmm. There we go. With all that obsidian, this is actually still quite fast. See how much that was. Oh. Okay, that was 251 obsidian. Interesting. Punch in stuff. That is number 208. Oh, gotta get the overlay open real quick. One hour, 31 minutes, 5 seconds. All right, pretty good time. 18 diamond ore. Or diamonds. How many diamond ore? 3592. Okay, so that's 9. Alright. Flux and deep slay mine. Mm. Alright, there we go. Stats punched in. Alright. Interesting. Alright, I will be right back. Just give me like 2 or 3 minutes. Here be. I have returned. Let's make it daytime. That's true, that's true. Oh man, I feel like I zoned out there for a while. I'm just so locked in on the chunking. I am the mid-air thief. I'm stealing the blocks from the chunks themselves. Actually, you know who else is a mid-air thief? Every seagull. Those things are wild. So one sec. I'll move that over here. Time loss, but there we go. Now I can see everything I need to see. You missed the great black-backed gulls, very large gulls. Is this a thing? Imagine a seagull the size of New York City. Prince Edward Island. Yeah, that's a fake place indeed. About as real as New Zealand. Furries have probably made New York City-sized gulls already. If the idea exists, a furry has already drawn it and made thousands of dollars off of it. Some are calling it the most communist, socialist, jihadist seagull ever created. Wish you saw more gull species where you're at, though. Most of what you see are ring-billed gulls with the occasional Atlantic herring gull. I did not know there were so many different species. I mean, it makes sense, but what's the like actual name for like the most common seagull, like the one that like I stereotypically see in like cartoons and stuff? Or like the ones I genuinely like I've never seen a different kind of seagull except for the one I normally see in media. I assume it has a more specific name than just seagull. That's perhaps true. I don't know. The seagull I see all the time is just like the white one. That's the best way I can describe it. You know, a lot of people into ornithology who absolutely hate the term seagull for the gulls. I mean, look, man. Not everyone knows that much about animals, including myself. So, gotta work with the limited vocabulary. Be like, yep, that's a seagull. I'm sorry, I do not know the proper name for them. I feel this way with a lot of animal stuff, where I'm just like, I don't really know a lot of the, like, species names and all that. I'm just like, look, that's a cat and that's a dog. What kind? I don't know, man. Look, it's actually just me being woke. I don't see species or anything, you know? Everything, every dog is a dog, every cat is a cat, you know? Every seagull is a seagull in my eyes. This will be my excuse. Yeah. Oh, wait, yeah, I guess I meant breeds. Whatever, man, whatever. I don't have enough space in my brain to differentiate between different dog breeds. It's too much, man. I gotta keep all the space in my brain for important things, like how to open water bottle. That takes up about 30% of the brain cells right there. Speaking of which, let me drink some water. Okay, but see, here's the thing. Memorizing umbrella paper wasp species is way more epic than dog species. Or breeds, sorry. I keep using the wrong word, but yeah. I think that's way cooler. Way more important too. Actually, not sure if you remember saying them when we're by wasp species or spider species. This is the ultimate question. I had a goal to find every spider species in the Ontario wilds, but then you learn that a lot of spider groups, wolf spiders, are impossible to identify without reproductive organ pictures or DNA testing. That is unfortunate. How many different spider species are there, though, in Ontario? How many could you possibly find? 481 recorded on INAT, but probably a bit more than that with spiders not narrowed to species level or spiders simply not seen. Dang. What a crazy planet we live on where you can find upwards of 500 different just spider species in one area of the planet. That's really crazy to think about. Caught at least 73 spider species in the province so far. Oh my god. I can't believe you rounded up all of the spiders of 73 different species. You are a menace. You are destroying the ecosystem. Actually, now I have to ask, do bats eat spiders? I have no clue. My gut instinct says yes, but I could be totally wrong. I've never really thought about what kind of diet a bat has. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I feel like they probably would, but it wouldn't be like their target of choice. It wouldn't be the literal easiest pickings. Dang, that was a 12 vein of diamonds. Pretty rare. What would be a primary source for bats to eat then? I genuinely do not know. Besides human blood, of course. Right, sorry. I should have known that there's 1,500 species of bats. And you can't just be so reductionist like that. What is a frugivore? I've never heard of the word frugivore. Am I insane? Ops. We need bats to invest in light bulb technology so they can farm the moths. Current research being done about the effects of artificial light sources on bats and how they on. Hmm. Well, it's a good thing that this research isn't American research, I hope, because otherwise that funding is getting cut if it hasn't already. Spectral bat munch on owls and other bats. That is wild. They actually really just made a cannibal bat. And one that is able to eat owls. It's gotta be a pretty terrifying bat. Also, I don't know why, but every time you use the word munch, I just assume that whatever's being eaten has the texture of, like, lettuce. No matter what it is. Like, the owl, it's just a leaf of lettuce. That's how it's being eaten. For some reason, this is the way my brain is visualizing the word munch. you're talking about Utah, then that would be the state you're talking about. Anything special about pallid bats? That is pretty neat, being able to eat a scorpion without a care in the world. I'll take that. Hmm. Yeah, I guess you would, kind of would have to if you're trying to get scorpions. Scorpions don't really hang out on the ceiling very much. You'd have to at least swoop down, if not just straight up hunt on the ground. Although imagine a flying scorpion. Please don't tell me that exists. Scorpion flies? That sounds terrifying. Look, I'm not gonna lie, you can tell me that scorpion flies are chill all you want. Anything named scorpion fly to me is an instant no. I cannot. I can't do it. Just the thought of something even remotely similar to a scorpion that can fly is terrifying. Even if it's completely chill. And look, I don't want to provoke them either. I just don't want to interact with them at all, lest they start enriching uranium. I am very thankful I've never seen a scorpion just out in the wild before. I don't think I could handle it. I think animals are cool, but I don't... I'm very uncomfortable with interacting with animals. That's why I struggle with interacting with human beings. A bark scorpion, did it bark? Or is it made out of bark? Imagine a scorpion that just barks like a chihuahua. Try your best to only physically interact with animals, either if it's necessary or if it's clear that physically interacting with them was just a no. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing. You definitely should try your best to do that. I can very much agree with this sentiment. For me though, I'm the animal that gets stressed out just by being near other creatures, so I don't want them interacting with me. Taking an orb weaver off a web is a no-no, but if you see an orb weaver crawling around the ground, you'll offer your hand. If it crawls on, then cool. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I assume an orb weaver is a type of spider, or is this something else? They're the spiders that spin webs and stuff. I see, I see. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being omega chill, how chill are they in your estimation? Well, that's good that they don't just immediately orbital strike you. Or I guess in their case it would just be orb strike you. A lot of typical orb weavers, the one that's spin the iconic web patterns, have been pretty chill in your experience. Fun to toss a mosquito into their webs once in a while. They don't move much since they're not active hunters. Let's see. I mean, if there's one creature I don't feel that bad for, it's definitely the mosquito. Oh man. Yeah, I think today might only be a 2 chunk night. Been trying to take a close look at every mosquito find since you want to see a sapphire striped mosquito. I don't know. I personally would never wanna. They look so dope. They also don't bite people. I see. I don't know if I would want to even take that risk though, but I get you. I suppose. Again, I'm not really one to seek out interaction with other animals. I'll leave that to others to do. I will look from a distance. It's like a tiny air pocket here. You'll say you appreciate mosquitoes are easy to photograph a lot of times since they barely move if they're landed. Hmm. I guess that is good. I don't know, there's just some creatures that I find very difficult to appreciate on really any level. Stuff like flies and mosquitoes. See, I see. Look, I'll take your word for it that there's flies worth looking at, but I think on my day-to-day experience, it's really hard for me to appreciate flies. And of course, because I don't know different species, I wouldn't know which ones are the chill ones or not, so I kind of just have to take the stance of I'm not really into flies. Oh yeah, that's completely fine. You are free to do absolutely this. I'm sure if there was other people in here that have a mild interest in that, they would find it interesting as well. I mean, I find animal stuff interesting. I'm just like I like learning stuff, but I'm also not going to seek out animals in the wild. I have been indoors for too long for me to feel like I can face the world like that. Unfortunately, the only things I'm autistic about are either indoor stuff or things that I can't immediately interact with without without causing some problems. I think most of the people that tune into this stream definitely have some topic they can talk about autistically forever about, though. I think this is the commonality here. Get in here. Any lava, though? Ah. This kind of project does feel kind of neurodivergent for to begin with. I mean, I can't think of that many people that would find this actually interesting if they were not a little neurodifferent, so to say. I think that's all the lava. Neurospicy. I love throwing some capsaicin and right into my brain. The main question a neurotypical would have is probably just why. I mean, that's easily the number one question I get. It's literally just why. And see, I would be fine if people asked why, but I hate it when they only just say why. Until you use TNT, yeah. I mean, they do. I don't like the question of why, because you're not really asking me anything, though. You know? Why is too open-ended? Or even just like the full question of why are you doing this? It's like, why am I playing a video game, man? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the weird one for feeling like that's hard to immediately answer. Why do we do anything? Yeah, I mean, it's like, why, like, think about it for just a moment. Why do you think? someone would spend 1,000 hours digging a large hole in Minecraft? You tell me. Because it's really only like 2 or 3 actually plausible answers. Like, one, it's for like a really large scale project, but like, if you notice that I'm mining manually, there's only really 2 reasons to do that. One, you need the like materials and you're trying to collect literally everything, or just you're trolling and not using the machinery that would make digging this a lot faster. I don't know. Like I don't think it's a bad question. I just wish people thought through the process a little more before just asking why. Like, I wish the why was like, why are you mining manually? Instead of just being like, why are you doing this? Like, the why are you doing this is just kind of, it feels like a pointless question. I think there's a strong empathy gap that neurotypicals have for neurodivergent behaviors. Maybe. I've never really thought about it, but it's kind of just like, I feel like it's pretty self-evident that someone would do a gaming project because they find gaming fun. Again, I don't think it's a bad question because it's not immediately apparent what I'm doing this for. Like, if you've never heard of me, never seen this stream, and honestly, maybe even never seen someone dig a large hole in Minecraft, you can't just assume they're digging the hole because they want to dig the hole, you know? Especially if you are neurotypical, I guess that would not be your immediate assumption. But I just don't like the lack of curiosity to ask a question that's like one question further in and just immediately asking, why are you doing this? Reminds me of how often scientists are asked why by the public for whatever fun research they're doing, but the same person will never ask why to someone whose sole career involves around making money with money. I mean, it's just wild to think that there are people getting upset that we fund literally anything that might be beneficial to us or just trying to understand the world around us. But then, like, I like, how do I say this? You dare try to invest money into something like scientific research instead of investing all of your money into the S&P 500. It's like, to someone like me, investing my money in the S&P 500 doesn't do anything. Like, that's not useful. It's not actually, there's nothing going on there. You're not actually using the money for anything. Someone will ask why you're chunk mining, but they'll seldom ask someone why they're playing on a regular SMP. Yeah. I don't know, maybe I just need something on the screen that says, like, I am autistic. You figure out why I'm doing this. Maybe I just need to develop a really concise, strong answer to the question of why. Maybe that would help, but it's just kind of it gets repetitive to answer that question every time, especially because it always starts at the least critical thinking point of the question. Just stick a please be patient, I have autism sticker on the screen. Yeah, honestly, at this point. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like everything about this stream, like, screams autism. Like, there's just not much neurotypicalness going on here. Even the music I'm listening to, I'm not really sure counts as, like, neurotypical. Or maybe, like, the like, mix I have specifically. I don't know. It's not like a big deal. This is probably one of the most neurodivergent streams you've ever seen. Compliment. I mean, I feel like I'm like relatively normal though, you know? Like I don't really feel like whatever level of autism I have like actually stops me from functioning, you know? I mean, it's pretty evident I have that, but like I feel like for the most part I can respond and react to things pretty what I would consider normal. But maybe that's the empathy speaking. I don't know. I don't know. It's just one of those things that I'm not really sure how to deal with. It can be a little frustrating sometimes where I'm just like, I'm really focused in on what I'm doing and I just see a first time chat message just like, but why are you doing this? What's wrong with you? Or just like, I'll get one every so often that's like, why are you torturing yourself? Like, why? Like, I genuinely don't know how to respond to that sometimes without just, like, joking back. Because, like, answering that truthfully feels like a waste of time. Like, what do you mean? I'm playing a video game for fun. Or, I don't know that many people that genuinely play video games to not have fun. If anything, I feel like the people I've seen who play video games and don't have fun are usually more neurotypical rather than neurodivergent. I feel like a lot of people who are neurodivergent wouldn't subject themselves to something truly not fun for them. I usually try to avoid stuff that's not fun at all costs. Put in as much effort into answering the question as they do asking the question. Honestly, I feel like I have been doing that more as of late. Like, every time I've seen someone just be like, why? With no further inquiry, I'm just like, because it's fun. And then I just don't say anything after that. If they feel like asking further, I'll answer further, but I feel like that's all I really need to say. I don't know. I feel like that's a valid answer, by the way. That's a complete sentence. That's a complete thought, I should say. Like, it's fun. I am having fun. And honestly, most of this is really just me doing my thing and y'all are along for the ride for the most part. I think maybe that's what throws some people off as well. Like, I'm not hyper interactive in the sense that like you guys do stuff to change the stream very much. I mean, I like talking with people in chat, but I'm not really a fan of doing things that make my project worse. Like, one thing, like, cause there was a point where I thought of maybe trying making this stream more interactive, but the problem was that every single idea I got genuinely sounded torturous. Like, I think people misunderstood what I was trying to go for. Because every idea was something along the lines of, what if you mined the chunk, but it took way longer than usual and it was less fun? Like, mine the entire chunk with your fist, or with wooden pickaxes, or do it in a very weird pattern. Stuff that, like, would be funny for, like, a short-term thing, but for a project this long would actually be torturous. I feel like that would only be fun as, like, a one-off stream, or, like, specially designated streams for that type of thing, where, like, the point is to be hyper interactive. Like, if I did something aside from this project that was, like, quote-unquote chunk mining content, whatever that means, I could then see myself doing stuff like that, and that could be interesting. But when it comes to, like, this project specifically, I'm just like, if I had to sit there and just go from all of a sudden mining with full speed pickaxes to mining with my fist, I'd probably never finish this project. It doesn't help that everyone in here has so many channel points compared to the average person, because most of the people who tune into the stream have been here for a long time. So you guys would be able to afford stuff way too easily. I don't know. Maybe I'm the crazy one for being that way. Maybe I'm the unreasonable one, but I just don't see how I could make this actually very interactive without making my my enjoyment of the project worse. Giant KTG stir. Now that's what we want to see. You probably could afford that, Muffin. You probably could afford a lot of things, Muffin. We know you are loaded in the pure rubies. I can't wait for the day I make a channel reward that's like 1 million pure rubies to end the stream, and 10 people redeem it instantly in this chat. That's gonna happen. Game Pet the Blobby. Oh man, that's a blast of the past right there. I mean, Blobby is still around. I just don't have the desk room for Blobby. What's the exchange rate of Moment of the Million pure rubies to United States dollars? Well, that rate is becoming worse and worse every day, so you better cash out quick. The dollar is losing power. Buy your yacht before it's too late. Your yacht. Yop your drinks. Sorry, maybe my mic's a little too far away. Well, I mean, look, Muffin, whatever you feel like purchasing, you better do it quickly. I won't judge you, but you gotta act fast. You would like to purchase a happy life? I don't think they sell those, unfortunately. And also HRT and surgery. Well, I don't think we can sell you a happy life, but I think there is a price you could pay for the other things. You definitely could look into this. Yeah, I don't know. I think I prefer my stream to be not like no interaction. I don't think that's fun, but I think having it be pretty low interaction. Like the only real interaction is conversing for the most part. I think I'm fine with that. And I think most of the people who would agree have stuck around. The Happy Life is out of stock more often than the ice cream machine at McDonald's is out of order. Okay, well, let's not exaggerate here. That might be a little extreme. That machine is out of order pretty often. The only real interaction is me. Any other chat message is fake. That sounds like something one of the 17 voices in my head would say. Fake message. I think there's a reasonable audience for low interaction streamers anyways. So many streamers on this platform are so absurdly overstimulating, yeah. I feel like there was a point in time where I felt like maybe I wanted to try and make this more of a thing, but then I quickly realized, like, I genuinely don't know if my life would actually be better if I became a more interactive streamer. I mean, the last thing I want to do is start putting on streamer voice or, like, YouTube voice. If I start doing that, you guys should actually send 1 million scorpion flies towards my apartment. But for real, yeah, I think that's not a wrong assessment. Obviously, I think the audience is smaller. I think there's a reason why the biggest streamers and just larger streamers in general are the way they are. It works. But I also just don't know if I really even want a big audience anyways, because considering how often people come into this stream asking me why the heck I'm doing this, and I'm not even streaming to more than like 10 to 20 people at a time, I can't imagine getting that on a like nearly like hourly or like every 10-minute basis. That would actually be unmanageable. At least not without being very hostile or just a little bit more aggressive in this. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Don't you know that Minecraft's supposed to be fun? Are you not having fun? Why are you torturing yourself? And then meanwhile, these guys literally use the torture machine of all time called TNT and Moss. But I'm the one torturing myself. No, but like, I don't know. It just can be quite annoying is all. I probably should be more, not hostile. I just need to be a little bit more sharp with my answers, perhaps. Just be like, hey, just gotta answer more direct. Be like, I'm having fun. Join me or don't. Everyone who watches is just along for the ride. Welcome to this world. Also, low-key, this is like unbelievably average chunk so far. I wonder by the end of the project if we will have any chunks that are exactly the average time at the very end. What if I opened the spreadsheet at the end of the project and every chunk was actually the average chunk? And I just hallucinated any time saves or time losses. Wonder if there's some viewers only here for the Enderman farm. That's Pretzel. Every time I'm tool repairing, he's just like, this is my favorite part of the stream. Not that I'm necessarily looking for a large audience, but if you guys have any neurodivergent friends that would like stuff like this, you definitely should bring them in to watch. That's all I'll say. You know what's kind of fun though? Sometimes I don't know why this happens. Sometimes I get like a streak of feeling like, you know, maybe I'm not autistic. But then I really think about the things I do in my day-to-day life and it's like, oh no, buddy, you are definitely autistic. You're definitely you are definitely not on a sliding scale, you're definitely on the autistic end at the very least. Every once in a while, I feel sort of neurotypical. Or at the very least, I can sometimes stomach doing what would be considered neurotypical activities. Yeah. Honestly felt that way a few times until I sought out an actual diagnosis. There's multiple reasons why I've never sought out a diagnosis. Like, one, I don't know, I've just heard bad things about trying to get diagnosed as autistic as an adult. Also, with the current regime in charge of this country, I don't want to actually have in my medical records that I'm autistic. I don't need yet another target on my back as a high priority target already. I don't want to give the government more reasons to I think it's pretty evident that I'm. There's this Northern Line clip from a year and a half ago where he's playing a game and someone backseats him. And in his response, he goes on this long ramble about we're here to mess around, we're all gonna die someday. uh, okay, you know what though? You know what? Okay, actually, you know what though? Someone actually was trying to backseat me while doing this not that long ago. Someone was trying to tell me, "Oh, no. This is a way for you to mine faster." Like I haven't been doing this for 1,000 hours already. And I just kept trying to tell the guy, like, no, I know what I'm doing. And he was like, no, try it this way. And I'm like, this isn't faster. You heard the whole spiel about them trying to put autistic people on a list. Yeah, like I just don't need that kind of like I'm already a a young Arab male in the United States of America. That's already a big enough target on my head for me to not feel 100% safe in my own country. I don't need to also be like, by the way, I'm also very autistic, and you definitely should take a look at me. Like, I don't need that as well. Like, I think that's fine. I don't need that medically written down. I think, I don't know, maybe having someone like Goink to attest to this, someone who actually sees me in my day-to-day life, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how autistic do you find me? That I think she definitely would have a good answer compared to people online. Not like it's a competition or anything, or like anything of the sort. I just think it would be highly improbable that I'm not autistic. 208 out of 1,024 autistic and counting. Yeah, honestly though, the fully mined chunk counter is definitely an autism counter. The higher that number is, the more confirmed it is. That's for certain. 2 out of 10. Like we'll get to 3 out of 10 relatively soon. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah. Actually, that's why I'm doing this project, guys. You're getting the real truth out of me now. It's not because I find chunk mining fun and relaxing and awesome. It's actually just to prove how autistic I am without a proper diagnosis. I just really gotta prove it. Yeah. Dang, what was I talking about like way before this? Oh, Yeah, I think with the personality type I have and with the people that are already here, I think keeping this stream a very like relatively low interaction type stream compared to other streams is honestly fine. I think interacting with chat by conversing about whatever, that feels like enough. They should get autistic people do it, don't they, love lists or something? Getting autistic people to make the list of autistic people for you, that actually sounds like something they would do. I think the only reason I would change it up is if I'm like really desperate for income. But I will let you guys know well in advance if I'm if I've really truly reached that point. I will make it very evident that this is why I'm doing this. And then you will hear me transform into the Mr. Beast hype man. I'm gonna be so hype while mining these chunks, you have no idea. Minecraft should sponsor you when you're doing the last 24 chunks. I think they should give me $1 billion right now. If I was in charge of Minecraft, I would give myself $1 billion right now, actually. If I had $1 billion, that'd be so much money I could just park into the S&P 500 and never do anything with. That'd be so awesome. I could buy so much Nvidia. Much. I feel like if people, if I was in charge of Minecraft suddenly and I was actually trying to call myself Mach, I feel like some people would eventually just start calling me Matcha. The game. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Oh, basketball, that's what you're talking about. Wait, that's gonna be crazy though. If the Knicks wins, that means they won literally every game that Donald Trump did not attend. If the Knicks actually win every game Donald Trump was not in attendance, that would be perfect. Please make it happen. Yeah, that's crazy. Trump literally went to the game and fell asleep while the game was going on. Happy. Sleepy Dawn. Sleepy Dawn. Well, if there's anything about Donald Trump, he's definitely not woke. The guy literally cannot be awake. Yeah, yeah. See, here's the thing. They tried showing him on the big screen waving while the national anthem was going. Because they thought that would stop people from booing him, and nope, that did not. That did not. They immediately went from applauding the national anthem to immediately booing him. Actually hilarious. And look, I don't know anything about sports, but if there's any time I want a team to win the sports ball, it's definitely this one. Thing that made it boo hard. The booing in that arena was actually so loud. Even the, like, I forget which broadcasting company it was, NBC or something, when they were showing it on their broadcast, even they couldn't mute the boos. That's how loud it was. Yeah. New York was not having it. Carbon monoxide. We just gotta tell Trump that carbon monoxide is actually good for his skin or whatever. He'll get right on that. He'll stop his hand bruising. Okay, but if the Knicks win this game, does that mean they win like the entire championship? I don't know how basketball works. Alright, also that's another chunk complete. An hour, 35 minutes, 52 seconds. Okay, if I like start the next chunk immediately, I'll have time to do one more. And then go immediately to bed after that. So I think that's the plan. Yeah, there's gonna be it's gonna be mayhem no matter what happens, I feel like. Alright, let's punch in our stats real quick. Yeah, well, I'm gonna do one more chunk. How are you doing, Aquatic? Just punching in my stats real quick. Good efficiency. How many diamond ore did I mine? 3605. Alright, so that is 13 diamond ore. Alright. Beautiful. Alright, punch that in on the chunk map and also on the overlay. Very nice. Wow, that's a lot. It's a lot. Over halfway to 1 mil now. Very nice. Have you been slowing down at all, or are you still full steam ahead? Oh, are we getting any of this? Oh my god, we are literally just avoiding all of this. Crazy. We're getting so close to really interesting chunks, by the way. Like quick chunks too. Like look at how quick look at how quick this is gonna be compared to most of the chunks we've mined so far. Oh man. I mean, not to even mention like this area. Like I don't even know what's gonna happen here. But we're still skirting that edge. We're just we're so close. But we're not quite there yet. We're gonna get like literally almost none of that. Anything interesting on this end? I guess not. Alright, well, let's not waste too much time. I gotta get my timer. And yeah, I can't waste too much time because don't want to go to bed too late. So let's drink some water and then we'll do this. Still getting 2 to 3 10K days a week, mining every day. So you're still going. You're still powering through. Excellent. Oh, 1 sec. All right. Let's do this. All right, I do like seeing the Instamine early on. Oh? Did they win the sports ball? Wow. Okay, but does that mean they actually win the championship, or do they gotta play more games? That I don't know how this works. Hmm. So you're telling me New York just keeps winning upon winning? Look, all I'm saying is that New York City decided to go immediately super woke communist jihadist, and then they win the sports ball. It's all connected, obviously. It's not a coincidence. And also, the one game Donald Trump shows up, they lose. It can't be a coincidence, surely. What? Who's he? I did not know that he fixed the Knicks. Clearly you haven't seen me on the court. Let's just say my skills are unparalleled. But I guess these guys are pretty good as well. Oh, I forgot that video was about the Knicks. How many people on the Knicks team are named Bob? This is the real question. Wow, he did it. He fixed them. However, I'm still also going to give some of the credit to the new mayor. He came in, gave everyone wealth distributed money, and then the Knicks won immediately after. It's true. Everyone in New York City prays 5 times a day. And this is how the Knicks won. Spurs down! Spurs down! We do not talk about the one game they lost and why they might have possibly lost that game. What game might that be? Could you explain? I don't think I get it. Can you believe it? That's actually the second time I've lost just today. I accidentally made myself lose today. It's incredible. I love when the team I want to win wins the sport ball win. Honestly, the Spurs should maybe try chunk mining sometime. It might help them focus up and get better. Honestly, though, power naps, like, I've never been able to take one. I genuinely am not sure they actually exist, no matter how many times people have told me about this. Also, welcome back. You sleep for less than 10 hours, you're even more tired. Good morning indeed. I feel like a nap or a power nap would only feel good if you're, like, literally so exhausted to the point that you just need to go to sleep anyways. I've never been tired enough to want to sleep for only like 30 to 90 minutes. It's kind of crazy. Mm. Someone just added a press to the A button challenge. Like, there's an extra press or one less press? Why would they add a press? Why would they add a press? This is outrageous. Ah, anti-Panon. Hate that guy. Hate that guy. Even worse than anti-Bubzia? Who's Bubzia? There was a strat that was used, or that used the rounding error that didn't exist on Wii Virtual Console. So there's one more press on it than previously thought. Ha! That sucks. It's okay. They'll figure out the zero A presses for the entire thing eventually. I see. Oh, they got a Google Doc apology for adding an A press. Honestly, it's a pretty egregious crime, to be fair. They don't have one. We gotta force one out of them. I don't think Link is gonna be able to explain very much. Not a man of many words. I gotta plug up this water. Oh, thunderstorm. Chunking. In the final 10 layers now. We get rid of these guys. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nope. Never seen that, I think. I was too busy actually working during COVID to see that, I guess. Kind of crazy thinking back that I was never told to stay home during COVID when it first came onto the scene. It was like, nah, you're still coming in, buddy. The bakery needs you. True. Only I could do such a thing. You know what? It seems like all three chunks we're mining today are actually going to be faster than average. I'm happy with that. Means I'm not going to bed super late. So much stuff right at the end. It's lovely. Okay, there we go. That is number 210. Third chunk today, last one for tonight. Incredible. I'll probably end up doing another 3 chunks tomorrow, probably around similar start time tomorrow. Let's punch in all the stats. 1 hour, 30 minutes, 53 seconds. All fast chunks today, relatively. All faster than average, anyways. Well, okay, actually, 209 wasn't, but not by very much. All very good. Let's punch in our blocks mind. Alright. What was our deep slate efficiency looking like? 92.9. Nice. Then gotta punch in blocks mind. Oop. Good block efficiency. Very nice. Diamonds 35, and then diamond ore. Let's see. 3, 6, 2, 1. Alright, what is that? That is 16 diamond ore. Alright. Very, very nice. Everything's punched in. Yeah, that's it for tonight. Let's take a quick peek. What kind of chunk are we getting tomorrow to start with? It's gonna be this one. Oh, we get a geode right at the top. That's fun, or at least a tiny sliver of one. Ooh, this is. I think we're finally gonna start getting some actual big air pocket chunks. We're finally starting to reach that area of the map, that area of the chunk. This is nice. I like this. This goes down so far too. That's gonna be huge. What about this chunk? This is the one right after. I don't think this one has anything special. Just some Instamine at the top, from what I can see. Yeah. Oh, wait. Tiny cave, very tiny. What about when we loop back around? Anything awesome over here? Ooh. Okay, there's air pocket here. This is fun. This is kind of a scary one. So much tripstone. Yeah. It's awesome. We're finally gonna start getting some crazy chunks. Ooh. I mean, especially once we get over here. Like I'm gonna be excited once we get a chunk like this. This is gonna be fun. It's also gonna be kind of annoying in some regard, but yeah. World record. Anyways, let me get myself back over here. Yeah, it looks like this is our chunk we're gonna be mining tomorrow. We're gonna get very interesting one to start. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow evening. Yeah, PB possible? Maybe. This is a good one for